Morena tātou, we'll begin with the karakia as usual.
Kia ino I tātou. E pae tō mātou matunu I te rangi. Tēnei hoki mātou au pono ngai koropikoa ke ne mu I tō aroaro e whakamui I ti tunu ne tō ingoa. E ino tunu ki a koe e pā, ki a ka whatakata ki a haka tautunu e koe o manaakitanga ki runga I a mātou katoa e hono tunu ki te purangi tēnei rā. Manaakiti anaka I ngā roia ko hono mai, me o ngā kaikōrero hoki, me mātou hoki o te tēpu nei, ki a māra mai te hopu I ngā kōrero, ki te tātari I ngā kupu, ki te kia puta kene pai ngāno, mo te ui katoa e whai pāngana ki tēnei kaupapa. Ko te ino ki tēnei kia koe pā, maune whakamana mai, I runga nei te ingoa tāutama, te kaiwhakōra koe Ukraiti. Amen.
E mihi ana kia koe, Dr. Every Palmer. Welcome to the tribunal this morning. I'll hand over to Mr. Lyle to help you present your evidence.
Tēnā koe, te kaiwhakawa I ngā mema. The claimants that I represent, who I won't run through at this point in time, now call Dr. James Every Palmer KC as an expert witness in this matter. Morena, Dr. Every Palmer.
Morena.
Now you've filed a brief of evidence and an attached opinion in this matter, which is on the record as A43. Can you confirm that that is correct and it's dated the 11th of March 2025?
Yes, I can confirm that that's filed with the tribunal and that the content is true and correct.
Right, and you've also filed in advance a PowerPoint presentation which you're going to work through with the tribunal this morning.
Yes.
Now, just to get the housekeeping out of the way at the outset, perhaps, last night we filed a Radio New Zealand article entitled Pine Planting, Ministers Dreaming About Available Lands, a Green group stated the 7th of April 2024, and a report which was released on Wednesday, I understand, from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, entitled Alt-F Reset, Examining the Drivers of Forestry in New Zealand. And you intend to refer to those in the course of your evidence as documents that were unavailable at the time you produced your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, they are respectively a news item and a report from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment that have come out during this week. So they come after my written report, and I would like to refer to them with the tribunal's permission.
Your Honour, so we'd ask that those two documents be placed on the record of inquiry and be allocated record of inquiry numbers.
Yes, certainly. I'll just check if we've got the numbers already. No, sorry, we don't have those numbers yet, but they'll be advised.
Apply in due course. So, Dr. Palmer, Dr. Every Palmer, before you turn to your PowerPoint, I wonder if you'd like to begin by introducing yourself to the tribunal and the members and setting out your qualifications as an expert, and also confirming that you've read the schedule relating to evidence by expert witnesses and agree to be bound by that in presentation of your evidence today. And then we can turn to your PowerPoint if that approach suits.
Ka pai and morena to members of the tribunal, tēnā koutou, ko James Every Palmer aho, ko tangata tiriti toku iwi, no otapoti aho, ke te noho ake te whanganui atara, ko te waipunama toku turanga waiwai. My full name is James David Every Palmer. I'm a barrister and co-founder of Lawyers for Climate Action New Zealand Incorporated, and I've been on the Alcanzi board for the last 6 years. I have read the Code of Conduct for Expert Witnesses at Schedule 4 of the High Court Rules, and I confirm that I agree to comply with it. I understand and accept that it is my overriding duty to assist the Tribunal in matters that are within my expertise, and I confirm that the opinions I provide are within my expertise and experience.
Now, for the Tribunal's benefit and being conscious of time, Dr. Palmer, Every Palmer sets out his qualifications as an expert from paragraphs 1 through to paragraphs 9 of his attachment to his brief of evidence. And unless, Dr. Every Palmer, you wish to go through those, we could ask that those are taken as read this morning and perhaps turn to the PowerPoint that you've prepared.
I'm very happy to turn to the PowerPoint, thank you. So I will just share that on my screen. Mr. Lyle, can you confirm that that's now visible?
Yes, that's coming up fine. Thank you, Dr. Every Palmer.
Thank you. So the question that I've been asked to address is whether Aotearoa New Zealand's current climate policy matches the level of ambition required by international climate science and policy in order to appropriately respond to the threat of climate change. In terms of this presentation, I will follow the structure and headings and largely the content of my written report, and where I am expanding on my written report, I'll make that clear. This chart shows how global temperatures have changed over an 80-year period relative to the late 19th century pre-industrial average. To explain the title, it is based on the Land-Ocean Temperature Index, which is a metric that combines land surface air temperature data with sea surface temperature data to track changes in global average temperatures over time. The data comes from NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies. The salient points to take from this are firstly that global average temperatures have increased significantly since the start of the Industrial Revolution. In 2023, it was 1.17 degrees warmer than the average of that pre-industrial period. That was at the time the record high temperature for a year, but that record was short-lived because in 2024 it was exceeded and the global average temperature was 1.28 degrees Celsius warmer than the pre-industrial average. So the last 2 years have been the hottest years since record keeping began in 1880. In fact, if you were to ask, when were the 10 warmest years on record, where did they occur over time, how are they spread out? The answer is that they occurred between 2015 and 2024. That is, the last 10 years are the 10 hottest years ever recorded. The cause of global warming is not controversial. It is unequivocal that human influence has warmed the atmosphere, the land, and the oceans through the emission of greenhouse gases, particularly carbon dioxide and methane. This has primarily been as a result of the combustion of fossil fuels and industrial agriculture. In simple terms, when sunlight warms the Earth, infrared radiation bounces back out towards space, and greenhouse gases in the upper atmosphere allow through the sunlight to the Earth, but reflect some of the infrared radiation back down towards the Earth, creating a kind of atmospheric blanket. Over the last 60 years, the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere has increased from around 320 to over 420 parts per million, and you can see that in the chart on the screen. Consistently with the theory of global warming, there is a very high degree of correlation between this increasing carbon dioxide concentration and the increasing global temperatures. The increase in carbon dioxide concentration we are witnessing is unprecedented. To see this, we need to look at a longer timescale. based on ice core sampling over the last million years and up until the start of the 20th century, carbon dioxide levels have oscillated between 180 and 300 parts per million. However, since 1911, this pattern has been broken by human-induced emissions, and the concentration has increased by nearly 50% to 425 parts per million as at December 2024. So you can see that from the chart that there's been a regular cycling with going down to 180 and up to 300 parts per million, with the exception to that being the last 100 years, where the concentration is now almost 50% higher than at any other time over the last million years. In terms of where the carbon dioxide is coming from, the increased concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is primarily due to the combustion of fossil fuels, that is, oil, gas, and coal, since the start of the Industrial Revolution. And a secondary cause is land use change, particularly deforestation. The chart on the screen shows how annual carbon dioxide emissions due to fossil fuel combustion and land use change. Other than a dip associated with the COVID lockdowns, the level of annual emissions has continued to increase despite countries' knowledge of climate change and the responses that have been adopted to date. Methane is the second most important greenhouse gas and accounts for approximately 30% of global warming since pre-industrial times. Methane has a potent short-term effect, around 80 times as much warming per tonne as carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. And if I can just make a correction to my written report, my report says around 85 times. That's a slightly out-of-date figure. The current figure is 81.2, but if I could please change that to around 80 times for the record. So it has a potent short-term effect, but also breaks down within a couple of decades, in contrast to carbon dioxide, which remains in the atmosphere for hundreds to thousands of years. This means that reducing methane emissions now would have an impact in the near term and is critical to helping keep the world on a path to 1.5 degrees. The importance of that target I address shortly. It has been estimated that human-caused methane emissions could be reduced by as much as 45% within the decade, which would avert nearly 0.3 degrees of global warming by 2045. In terms of having an environment which is capable of sustaining life and society as we know it, it is vital to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees or as close thereto as possible. This has been recognised globally and is not subject to serious debate. Article 2 of the Paris Agreement reaffirms the goal of limiting global temperature increases to well below 2 degrees Celsius while pursuing efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees. Importantly, a temperature rise of 1.5 degrees in and of itself will still cause considerable harm. However, limiting warming to 1.5 degrees will significantly reduce the risks, adverse impacts, and related losses and damages from climate change. Comparing the world at global warming of 1.5 degrees to that of 2 degrees demonstrates the importance of this, where, for example, firstly, impacts on biodiversity and ecosystems on land, including species lost and extinction, are projected to be lower at 1.5 degrees compared to 2. Limiting warming to 1.5 degrees compared to 2 is projected to lower the impacts on terrestrial, freshwater, and coastal ecosystems and to retain more of their services to humans. Secondly, with 1.5 degrees of warming, one sea ice-free Arctic summer is projected per century, whereas this likelihood increases to at least one per decade with 2 degrees of warming. Thirdly, by the year 2100, global mean sea level rise is projected to be around 0.1 metres, that's 10 centimetres lower with global warming of 1.5 compared to 2 degrees. Just to expand on that, at 1.5 degrees, it's estimated that there would be around 30 to 50 centimetres of warming by 2100. So already a considerable amount, but it would be an extra 10 centimetres projected if the temperature increases 2 degrees. That difference of 0.1 metres in global sea level rise would mean that up to 10 million fewer people would be exposed to related risks. Fourthly, any increase in global warming is projected to affect human health with primarily negative consequences. However, lower risks are projected with global warming of 1.5 degrees compared to 2 for heat-related morbidity and mortality. Even if 1.5 degrees can't be achieved, every tenth of a degree matters. Indeed, every tonne of emission matters. And if I could just add to my written report there, the consequences that I've just described are primarily physical. However, as areas of the planet become uninhabitable due to sea level rise, air temperature rise, or drought, it will lead to inevitably to mass migrations and geopolitical instability. One can easily imagine that if we're in such a world, it'll be military power that determines access to the least worst affected areas. So in thinking about the consequences to Aotearoa, we may not be directly as badly affected as the low-lying areas of our Pacific neighbours or Bangladesh, for example, but in a slightly longer-term frame, the geopolitical consequences could well dwarf the physical consequences of climate change that we're experiencing. There is very limited time to decarbonise the global economy quickly enough to limit temperature change to 1.5 degrees. This is because the remaining carbon dioxide emissions that are consistent in a physical sense with limiting temperature change to 1.5 degrees are modest relative to our rate of annual carbon dioxide emissions. It is estimated that the remaining carbon dioxide budget for a 50-50 chance of keeping warming to 1.5 degrees was around 250 gigatons as of January 2023. That's equal to around 6 years of current carbon dioxide emissions, unless dramatic cuts are made. Obviously, we've had 2 and a bit years since that budget was estimated, so there are now only 4 years remaining if we continue to emit carbon dioxide at present rates in order to stay within that budget for 1.5 degrees. In addition, although to date we have seen a linear relationship between carbon dioxide concentration levels and temperature increases, there is a real risk that the climate will reach tipping points. That is, we may reach critical thresholds within the climate system that lead to significant and irreversible changes in the state of the system. The tipping points at risk include the collapse of ice sheets in Greenland and the West Antarctic, which hold almost all of the world's freshwater ice, the widespread thawing of permafrost, the death of coral reefs in warm waters, and the collapse of one oceanic current in the North Atlantic. Tipping points in the Earth system pose threats of a magnitude never faced by humanity that could trigger devastating domino effects. Climate change is therefore an existential threat to humanity. That is, it is a material threat to the way of life and sustenance of hundreds of millions of people. It is also a threat to global security as some areas of the planet become uninhabitable and others remain favourable to human life. As such, it is severely testing humanity's ability to think globally and act locally in light of a threat that is both intergenerational and a collective action problem. In this regard, how small countries like Aotearoa act is extremely important. As former Climate Change Minister James Shaw told a United Nations Climate Conference in 2017, New Zealand is a small country and our emissions are less than 1% of global emissions, but size is not an excuse for inaction. If you add up all the countries who contribute less than 1%, we collectively contribute almost a quarter of global climate pollution. Indeed, only 6 countries in the world account for more than 2% of the global total: China, the United States of America, India, Russia, Japan, and Iran. The reality of climate change as a global problem is that the solution depends on the actions of many committed countries. Smaller countries can lead by example and create pressure on larger countries to do more. As well as a moral obligation on Aotearoa to play its part in reducing climate change, our global reputation is likely to benefit from a committed approach to climate change. There may also be increased economic advantages as sustainability is increasingly embedded into companies' economic models. Climate change trade barriers may also hinder New Zealand from trading overseas if it fails to do its fair share. In the following sections, I consider what sufficient action looks like at a national level for Aotearoa if it was to do its share and demonstrate leadership. I do this bearing in mind the whakatauki, manaki whenua, manaki tangata, airi whakamoa. In order to avert the worst consequences of climate change, what do countries need to do? How much do emissions need to reduce and by when? So just to pause there and explain why I'm doing this, what I want to do is assess whether Aotearoa is on the right track. And in order to do this in an empirical evidence-based way, what I do in this part of my report is develop some reference points, some metrics of appropriate action. The standard reference for what is required to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's 2018 Special Report on Global Warming of 1.5 degrees. The 2018 Special Report emphasises the need for rapid and far-reaching transitions in energy, land, urban and infrastructure and industrial systems, and for the world to achieve net zero CO2 by 2050 to remain consistent with 1.5 degrees. Discussion about the 2018 Special Report has tended to focus on the second of these 2 points, that is net zero by 2050. While this is necessary for global temperatures to remain at an acceptable level, it is not sufficient. Putting it another way, the quantity of greenhouse gases emitted between now and 2050 is of vital importance as well. In terms of waypoints, the 2018 Special Report considered a variety of plausible global pathways in the resulting peak temperatures. A common reference point for reductions required by 2030 to be consistent with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees is the collection of pathways which imply a 50 to 66% chance of limiting global warming by 1.5 degrees at 2100 with no or limited overshoot. I pause there to note that although these are a fairly widely accepted set of reference pathways, they are by no means conservative in the sense that they imply a 1/3 to 50% of not staying within 1.5 degrees with limited or no overshoot. And so some people criticise them for not being harsh or stringent enough targets, but they are widespread, so I adopt them. This set of pathways implied that by 2030, relative to emissions at 2010, net CO2 emissions need to reduce by between 40 to 58%, and methane emissions need to reduce by 11 to 30%. The 2018 Special Report is not prescriptive as to what each country needs to do. It's a global report. However, actions countries take are informed by the International Environmental Law Principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and responsibilities and respective capabilities. And this is often referred to as the CBDR, Common but Differentiated Responsibilities Principle. There are various different lenses of equity through which the CBDR principle can be viewed when Aotearoa determines its level of action on climate change. These include equal rate of emission reductions, equality based on equal emissions per capita, historical responsibility being equal overall responsibility for global warming, including from historical emissions, and need being the equal right to sustainable development. The CBDR principle has been interpreted to require developed country leadership in addressing environmental and climate harm. It is intended to accommodate the needs of developing countries and equity burden sharing, not to allow wealthy developed countries like Aotearoa with high historical and current per capita emissions to do less or to move more slowly than other countries for fear of incurring some economic or social transition cost. In my view, for a developed country like Aotearoa, which has a high standard of living and has benefited from past greenhouse gas emissions, being consistent with the global average reductions represents a bare minimum level of ambition in accordance with the CBDR principle. Adopting this approach, we can apply the percentage reductions from the special report, that is 40 to 58% reduction for net CO2 and 11 to 30% for methane. We can apply those to our actual emissions from 2010 in order to set a 2030 target. I do so in the table on the screen, where MT means metric tonne and MTCO2E means metric tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent, and as a way of standardising the atmospheric impact of different greenhouse gases relative to that of carbon dioxide. The 2010 emissions figures come from our greenhouse gas inventory, which is an annual report we make to the United Nations under the UNFCCC, the Climate Change Convention. And if we look at each line in the table for net CO2, our 2010 emissions were 5.8 metric tonnes. If we apply the 40 to 58% reductions from the special report, that implies a target in 2030 of 2.4 to 3.5 metric tonnes. For gross CO2, and I should pause there to explain that in simple terms, net CO2 means taking into account carbon removals from forestry, and gross CO2 means not taking them into account, but I'll return to that later. Gross CO2 in 2010 was 34.8 million tonnes. With a 40 to 58% reduction, that becomes a 2030 target of 14.6 to 20.9. And if you apply the methane reductions, you end up with a 2030 target of 27.7 to 35.2 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent in methane. So those are the figures that I'll refer to later when I judge New Zealand's targets and projections against the standard. But I note that this approach implies a very stringent level of net CO2 for 2030. The 2010 level of net CO2 is a combination of our gross CO2 emissions, that's 34.8 million tonnes, and CO2 absorption from forestry, which in 2010 was 28 million tonnes. In my view, a fairer approach, which is less stringent on Aotearoa, would be to apply the 2018 special report reductions to our gross CO2 emissions in order to set a target for our 2030 gross CO2 emissions. I consider this approach, effectively disregarding forestry during the 2010 to 2030 period, to be reasonable given A, the relative insignificance of carbon dioxide removals to the 2018 special report pathways over this period, and B, the primary importance of reducing emissions at source. Accordingly, I put more weight on the gross CO2 figures in this chart than on the net CO2 figures. In terms of methane, I am aware that a ministerial advisory panel was appointed in June 2024 to determine what methane target for New Zealand would be sufficient to satisfy the principle of no additional warming. As I explain here, I do not consider this question to be relevant to the question of what our level of ambition should be. Now, this is a short tangent, but the reason I'm addressing this is that the government has announced an intention to review the Climate Change Response Act. and it is possible that one of the proposals will be to reduce ambition on methane. So what I want to do now briefly is explain why this is not justified by the so-called principle of no additional warming.
Dr. Every Palmer, sorry to interrupt you, but we're due for a micro break and it would be good not to interrupt your explanation of that. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Ka pai, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Every Palmer. We've had a chance to stretch out our sore joints. Just before you continue, I'll just note that we do have the numbers for the two documents that were filed this week. So for the RNZ article, it's A43B, and for the other, it's A43C.
Bye, and thank you. So the tribunal will recall earlier that I referred to methane as having a potent effect in the short term, but a relatively short-lived presence in the atmosphere, and that means that a sizable decrease in methane emissions can reduce the extent of global warming. So the question here is whether climate science and policy imply that those reductions shouldn't or don't need to go further than preventing additional warming from methane. As with all greenhouse gases considered in the 2018 special report, the global average reductions have been determined on the basis of plausible pathways that will limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Depending on the physical characteristics of individual gases, this means that a particular gas may continue to contribute to global warming or may have a lower impact than compared with some earlier point in time. I want to emphasize that whether a particular gas happens to contribute to additional warming is irrelevant to the question of what the science says is required to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. And applying the so-called principle of no additional warming to cap our level of ambition on methane reductions is not consistent with the science or our international obligations. As a report by Kapiti Climate Insights says, using the principle of no additional warming as a cap on our level of ambition for methane reductions is an arbitrary constraint on the principle embedded in scientific literature that emissions of all greenhouse gases must fall as rapidly as possible. As such, it runs counter to the Paris Agreement's core temperature goals, as well as its requirements for targets which progressively increase ambition over time. The report goes on to say that current global pathways for limiting warming to 1.5 degrees require reductions of all greenhouse gases as rapidly as possible. However, a no additional warming target would allow New Zealand to grandfather its share of contributed warming from historical emissions into the future. This approach is self-serving for New Zealand and unfair to others, shifting the burden of reductions in greenhouse gas emissions to other sectors and other countries. I agree with those comments. In short, it is clear that all greenhouse gases should be reduced as quickly as possible. Whether that means additional warming or not depends on the gas and the feasible reductions. Accordingly, I consider that methane reductions set out above are an appropriate benchmark and should not be capped by the principle of no additional warming. Turning then to, the figures I've just gone through reflect a top-down approach based on what is required at a global level and based on our fair share being at the very least to reduce emissions in line with the required global average reductions. An alternative bottom-up approach is to look at Aotearoa's actual emissions and ask what reductions are feasible by 2030. Of course, feasibility is a relatively elastic concept as trade-offs are involved between climate ambition and other socio-economic goals, at least in the short term. Emissions could be drastically reduced by, for example, introducing quantity rationing for petrol and imposing requirements to steadily reduce the total sheep and dairy herd numbers. Given the urgency of the climate crisis and Aotearoa's international commitments, one could certainly argue that these measures should be under consideration. However, I take a more conservative, i.e. less ambitious approach to feasibility here by using one of the Climate Change Commission's modelled pathways referred to as HTHS pathway, where HTHS stands for High Technology and High Systems Change, and it represents a greater level of ambition than used for setting our domestic emission budgets. The HTHS scenario illustrates areas where the government could go further and faster than implied by those budgets. Some key examples include further use of biofuels to decarbonise transport, higher modal share of public and active transport, further decarbonisation of steel production through green hydrogen or greater utilisation of scrap steel, adoption of green anodes for aluminium production, further land use change from dairy to horticulture, and adoption of methane-reducing feed additives. Although more ambitious than our budgets, I consider that these sorts of measures are all feasible and well short of the sort of policies which would be pursued if climate change was actually treated as an emergency. As the Commission itself explains, all draft scenarios are designed to be technically and economically achievable, assuming plausible rates of change in technology systems and the price of mitigation options. The draft HTHS assumes a relatively ambitious pace and scale of change and more optimistic assumptions over technology readiness. But the point is that it's a feasible scenario. The HTHS scenario implies the following target levels of emissions for 2030 and 2035. So there's a new concept here, LLG, which is long-lived gases, which is predominantly carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide, but basically means all of our greenhouse gas emissions other than methane. By 2030, a high ambition but feasible target would be 12.3 million net long-lived gases, and with a gross figure of 31.1 million tonnes. For 2035, net long-lived gases would hit zero. The gross figure would be 23.3, and the methane figures are set out in the table. So then, turning to the question, does Aotearoa's climate policy have the required level of ambition? What I do here is compare our proposed emissions, projected emissions rather, for 2030 and 2035 against the projections based on the 2018 special report and the Climate Change Commission's HTHS scenario. And compared against those metrics, the short answer is no, we do not have the required level of ambition. In order to explain why I reached this view, I set out below a short summary of our climate change policy settings, our past performance, our projected emissions, and how they compare with the metrics that I've developed. I won't go through the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or the Kyoto Protocol, or the Paris Agreement. They'll be well known to the Tribunal, and I set out short summaries in my written report. In terms of our domestic legislative response, the Climate Change Response Act, as amended in 2019, provides for a 2050 target, being to reduce net accounting emissions for all greenhouse gases except biogenic methane to zero by 2050. And although it's expressed as a year 2050 target, the statutory definition includes keeping those emissions below zero in each calendar year after 2050. The 2050 target also includes targets for biogenic methane, a 24 to 44% reduction by 2050, and a 10% below 2017 levels by 2030 target.
Kia ora, Dr. Ivory Palmer. I think you may have just misspoken there. The report says 24 to 47% rather than 44%. Can you confirm that?
It does, 24 to 47%. And I can also add there that the Climate Change Commission, which gave advice at the end of last year to the government on the 2050 target, included a recommendation to tighten that 2050 target from methane from 24 to 47% to 35 to 47%, and also to increase the target for gases other than methane, so to be negative 20 million tonnes by 2050 and thereafter, rather than simply being below zero, at or below zero. The Climate Change Response Act, as amended, also constitutes the Climate Change Commission to provide independent expert advice to the government. It provides for the setting of 5 yearly domestic emissions budgets, with 3 in place at any one time. It also provides for the setting of emissions reduction plans for each budget period, and it also contains the framework for the emissions trading scheme, which puts a price on emissions other than agriculture and certain industries that receive a free allocation of units. New Zealand's approach to addressing climate change has been controversial. In particular, setting international targets with gross starting points and net finishing points, moving the baseline year for the gross starting points, utilising Kyoto-era offshore carbon credits of questionable integrity, and introducing averaging for forestry removals at a couple of years ago, at a time when we were over our long-term average of removals, have all been criticised as overstating our true level of ambition. Rather than go through that history and those controversies, I consider the most instructive thing to do is to look at how our emissions have changed between 1990 and 2022. I only go as far as 2022, as that's the most recent year for which our greenhouse gas inventory data is available. There's a considerable lag between emission years and the inventory data. The chart on the screen graphs our gross and net emissions, remembering that net is with forestry included, over this period. And as can be seen, our gross and net emissions are both higher in 2022 than they were in 1990, despite our international commitments and domestic policy framework. In particular, our gross emissions have increased over this time from 69 to 78.4 million tonnes CO2 equivalents. That's a 13.7% increase in gross emissions. At the same time, our net emissions, including forestry, have increased from 44.6 to 59.2 million tonnes, being a 32.5% increase. Now, we can compare that to what are referred to as the Annex 1 countries in terms of the UNFCCC and Kyoto, which are effectively developed countries. So the chart on the screen shows the change in gross emissions for all Annex 1 countries between 1990 and 2020, with Aotearoa in red. As can be seen from the chart, most countries have had considerable reductions in their gross emissions over this time. In fact, the only worse performing countries than New Zealand are Australia with a 24% increase, Iceland with a 23% increase, Cyprus with a 53% increase, and Turkey with a 138% increase. The average change for the other Annex 1 countries, excluding those ones, was minus 30%. So as can be seen, New Zealand's historic performance falls well short of what most other developed countries have achieved over the same period of time. Turning to the future, the question is whether the path we are on embodies a sufficient level of ambition. Looking at the projections for overall gross and net emissions through to 2050 in ERP2, that's Emissions Reduction Plan 2, one can see downward trajectories which at least are an improvement on the historic position. That does paint a better picture, but the question is whether it represents sufficient ambition. To answer that, we need to do 2 things. Compare the projected emissions against the ambition and feasibility yardsticks that I've already discussed, and also to test the appropriateness of basing budgets and targets on net emissions, that is after forestry removals, rather than reducing emissions at source. In my opinion, the path we are on does not embody a sufficient level of ambition for 2 reasons. First, I do not consider that the level of ambition is consistent with what the science says is required, nor with what is feasible for Aotearoa New Zealand. The table on the screen compares the latest government projections of emissions against the benchmarks from Part C. In particular, the table on screen compares the level of net CO2, gross CO2 and methane projected by the government for 2030 against the levels that would be obtained if we matched the global average reductions required for 1.5 degrees. So based on Special Report 2018, those are the figures that come from Part C in my report, and I've explained how I have derived those. The government projections are from ERP2, and the percentage above midpoint says how much as a percentage of where we should be according to the science, how much above that are our projections. As I said before, I think gross CO2 is a better measure than net CO2, so I'll use that one. And it says that we should be between 14.6 and 20.9 million tonnes. We're projected to be at 28.1, and that's a 58% excess above where we should be according to the science, if we were to simply do the global average required. For methane, the figures show that we'd be 9% above where we should be.
Just because that's an important point in the context of your evidence, to note that that's found at paragraph 89 of your report. But please continue.
Thank you. So that's in terms of the science of the reductions required and whether we satisfy the global averages, which we don't. But we can also compare the level of ambition for 2030 and 2035 as contained in ERP2 against the Climate Change Commission's HTHS scenario as a measure of what is reasonably feasible. For 2030, our projected emissions are significantly higher than what the HTHS scenario implies is feasible. So based on CCC as the Commission's HTHS scenario, the net long-lived gases in 2030, these are the figures that I've introduced before, would be 12.3 and gross would be 31.1 and methane would be 30.5. The next line contains the government projections for 2030, and the percentage above for net long-lived gases is 70% higher than what the Commission considers feasible. The gross are 15% higher and methane is 12% higher. We can do exactly the same exercise for 2035. Here, net long-lived gases, government projections are 15 million tonnes higher than based on the HTHS scenario. I can't give a percentage because you can't divide by zero, but obviously it's well above what would be feasible, and our gross long-lived gases are 44% above what would be feasible, methane 12%. Accordingly, I consider that the government's present level of ambition is not consistent with either the science of what is required or the Climate Change Commission's assessment of what is feasible. In addition to insufficient overall ambition, in my view, the government's present plans also rely too heavily on the removal of carbon dioxide through forestry as opposed to reducing emissions at source. In order to understand this criticism, it is necessary to understand the difference between gross and net emissions. In climate accounting, gross emissions refers to anthropogenic, that is human-caused, emissions of greenhouse gases from transport, agriculture, etc. Net emissions also take into account land use change and forestry, which is abbreviated to LULUCF. For example, if a country loses forestry to agriculture, its net emissions will be higher than its gross emissions. In New Zealand, the most significant LULUCF factor has been the conversion of marginal sheep and beef farmland to exotic plantation forests. As those forests grow, they sequester carbon and produce negative emissions in the LULUCF sector. Accordingly, our net emissions are lower than our gross emissions, typically by around 20 to 25% over each year over the last 3 decades. We have chosen to set our budgets and targets by reference to net rather than gross emissions. On one level, this makes sense. Afforestation is a good thing in response to climate change, and one might think that our contribution to atmospheric carbon dioxide levels is best measured by the balance between greenhouse gases that are released, gross emissions, and what is removed from the atmosphere, sequestration from forestry. However, and this is an important point, this simple explanation does not tell the whole story. In particular, planting forests to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere is an inferior approach to reducing carbon dioxide emissions at source for 3 main reasons. First, there is a question of relative permanence. Sequestration of carbon dioxide in a forest or any other biological reservoir is vulnerable to reversal, whether by fire, disease, natural disasters, or land use change. Indeed, many of these risks are increased by global warming itself, and this will exacerbate, as global warming will exacerbate risks from forest fires, droughts, and storm damage. This impermanence of forestry and other biological reserves can be contrasted with the release of carbon dioxide through fossil fuel combustion. Each ton of carbon dioxide emitted into the atmosphere will remain there for hundreds to thousands of years. The second issue is the loss of optionality for potential changes of land use. That is, land being used as a forest and counted as carbon sequestration must stay in that state indefinitely. This implies there would be less land available for other potential uses in the future. Thirdly, while a removals by forests approach might allow us to meet emissions budgets in the 2050 target, net zero cannot be sustained with this approach since it would require ongoing land conversion, which cannot occur indefinitely. We would run out of land. In my view, carbon dioxide removals through forestry are best seen as a necessary complement to reducing emissions at source and cannot be seen as a substitute for deep emissions reductions. In particular, emissions that can be reduced should be reduced, and offsetting should be reserved for residual hard-to-abate emissions, such as from agriculture and some industrial processes. Now, here I want to refer to the 2 recent reports which have been produced into evidence. The Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment report looks at our past and continuing reliance on planting trees, particularly pines, rather than reducing emissions at source or planting other types of forests. And I commend the whole report, but I just wanted to quote a little bit from page 4 of the report. In the space of 15 years in the space of the last 15 years, the New Zealand ETS emissions trading scheme has become the principal driver of land use change. Record high carbon prices in 2022 coincided with total afforestation rates exceeding 70,000 hectares per annum. By the end of 2024, over 650,000 hectares of forest was registered in the ETS. The Climate Change Commission's most recent scenarios for their emissions budget projections have future plantings totaling between 0.93 and 2.2 million hectares by 2050. This is a huge area to commit to trees for reasons that are neither strictly commercial nor truly environmental. And just to put the figure of 0.93 and 2.2 million hectares into context, current plantation forests in total are approximately 2.1 million hectares. The commercial driver relies on the artificial policy construct of a ETS, which can be changed at any time. The environmental driver, sequestering carbon to offset emissions, is based on a deeply flawed assumption of equivalence between carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel combustion and their capture in stocks of biological carbon. To put it simply, because of the long-lived nature of carbon dioxide emissions in the atmosphere, any forest planted to offset those emissions need to effectively remain there forever. If we continue to emit carbon dioxide and not reduce gross emissions, we will need to continually plant more and more forests. The PCE has repeatedly drawn attention to the multiple environmental and economic risks that are being run. The scale of land use change caused by the ETS, driven by its singular focus on carbon and with almost no limit to the number of carbon credits that can be created, is setting up an increasingly negative economic, social, and environmental consequences. If current settings remain largely unchanged, those negative consequences will compound. The PCE has previously made the case to phase forest offsets out of the ETS, at least as an offset for fossil fuel emissions. Successive governments have resisted the logic of doing so on the basis that planting trees is a cheap and easy way of kicking the gross emissions reductions can down the road. I agree with those comments. The second item added to the record was the Radio New Zealand news article. This refers to a plan which was announced, I think, at the end of last year, that 330,000 hectares of Crown land would be planted in forests, the vast majority in pines. And what this article does is refer to commentators who say that ministers are wrong to think that there is that much low-value land to plant. Gary Taylor of the Environmental Defence Society is quoted as saying, "I think they're dreaming if they think that that's the case. Would you plant the whole of the Molesworth Station in pine trees?" Molesworth, which is New Zealand's largest farm and a beautiful part of the country if anyone's had the opportunity to drive through it, and a massive farm, is only 160,000 hectares. So the numbers that the government are suggesting can go from the conservation estate into pine forests is massive.
Kia ora, Dr. Every Palmer. Before we move on to the next section, I think we're due for one of the tribunal's micro breaks, so it might be time for a breather.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Lyle. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Every Palmer. Please continue.
So
Thank
Dr.
you.
Every Palmer, I think we're up to your paragraph 113, or the slide that's on the screen.
Thank you. So what I do in this part of my report is compare the government's ERP2 with the HTHS scenario from the Climate Change Commission through to 2050. And this highlights my two themes of low ambition and over-reliance on forestry. So to start, the chart on the screen shows projected gross emissions at the time ERP2 was being set, i.e. projections that were made as at the end of December 2024. It's from New Zealand's first biennial transparency report, which is a report that we are required to make under the Paris Agreement. And it shows that climate policies as at the end of 2024 would cause only a very modest fall in gross emissions between now and 2050, dropping from 76.5 million tonnes to 62.9, a fall of only 18%. And in fact, a large proportion of that fall, approximately 10 million tonnes of it, so over half of it, is not due to our climate policies at all, but a modelled fall in gross emissions, even if we did nothing at all. That's called without measures. And that projected fall in emissions is due to low emission technologies becoming cheaper and more prevalent, even if the government did nothing. So the gap between the light blue line and the dark blue line represents the government's policies as at the end of last year, effectively having the emissions trading scheme and nothing else. Faced with this picture, what did the government put in place with ERP2? One option that was available to the government was to adopt the HTHS scenario and the recommended policies from the Climate Change Commission. And the following chart, which is prepared by Dr. Christina Hood, shows in orange the reductions in gross emissions within this scenario. So those are reductions at source in transportation, agriculture, industry, that the Commission considered were feasible. The green parts of the chart show additional mitigation through forestry, and you can see that's a mix of existing pine forests, new pine forests, and also a significant proportion of removals from new native forests. However, that was not the plan adopted by the government in ERP2. The following chart, also prepared by Dr. Hood, shows the new measures adopted by the government in ERP2. So the top black line is the baseline gross emissions. That's the emissions that are projected to occur under current policies, which was the slide I started with. And what's immediately apparent is that there is much lower ambition to reduce emissions at source. The orange area of reductions is a tiny sliver compared to the reductions that the Climate Change Commission modelled were possible. And we also see that forestry is now a much higher proportion of the path to net emissions. We're getting to a net emissions figure which is much higher than the Commission said was possible, but the way we're getting there is predominantly by forestry not reducing emissions at source. And also we're seeing a plan which is relying on pine forests rather than planting new natives. In my view, this is a dramatic illustration of the difference between the chosen plan with little ambition to reduce emissions at source and the bolder but feasible HTHS scenario. Finally, the chart I have here breaks down the projected reductions in emissions at source using the 4 UNFCCC sectors that comprise total gross emissions: agriculture, energy, which includes transportation, industrial processes, and waste. And what we see there is between 1990 and 2050, very modest reductions. None of these categories will reduce by even half between 1990 and 2050. For agriculture, the figures which are set out in my written report are a reduction of 11.5%, energy is 28.8%, industrial processes 26.4%, and waste 34.7%. In my view, this is an extraordinary lack of ambition, which is masked by the way we specify our international targets and the focus on planting trees. I consider it demonstrative a form of climate action avoidance, which compounds the burdens which will be faced by future generations. In my view, there are 3 principal problems with our climate policy which would need to be fixed to have confidence of acting consistently with 1.5 degrees. First, our overall level of ambition needs to be increased to be consistent with the science of 1.5 degrees. Secondly, we need to set separate budgets for gross emissions and removals from the atmosphere through forestry. Currently, our lack of progress and lack of ambition in reducing emissions at source are masked by planting new forests. Taking these 2 points together, a compliant approach would aim to broadly halve gross emissions from current levels over the next decade. Thirdly, the ETS requires significant changes. It fails to cap our emissions in 2 senses. First, because of the equivalent treatment of gross emissions and forestry removals, the main impact of the ETS has been to provide a financial reward to encourage forestry rather than to an incentive to reduce emissions at source. This is because prices of around $50 to $60 induce significant forestry, which increases the supply of units, which stops the price going up to a level where it would start to encourage meaningful decarbonisation. There, I refer again to the Parliamentary Commissioner of the Environment report, and I agree that our approach has been based on a deeply flawed assumption of equivalence, and I agree that forestry offsets should be phased out of the ETS. Secondly, even in relation to net emissions, these are not capped because of the large stockpile of existing units, the free allocation to certain industry groups, and the lack of a tight constraint on the volume of future units to be released by auction. To expand on that, the emissions covered on an annual basis at the moment are approximately 25 million tonnes, but there are over 160 million privately held units in existence, of which it's estimated that 68 million are completely surplus to any reason for holding them. So there is no tool which constrains the level of net emissions in 2025 or 2026 or 2027 to a particular level because there's such a great stockpile that could be called upon. The amount that the government auctions each year doesn't control or cap what our emissions will be because of that stockpile. As a result, it is wrong to say that the ETS neutralises other emissions policies. That might be true in a simplified cap and trade model, but it doesn't reflect the way that our actual ETS currently operates. Finally then, in my view, we are living in a twilight period where the threat of climate change is not only well understood, but manifest. And yet the level of action in countries like Aotearoa falls well short of an adequate response. For a number of reasons, there is a lot of systemic inertia against a response which is commensurate to the risks and costs of climate change. In particular, it's a wicked problem to solve because first, in economic terms, greenhouse gas emissions are an externality that is caused by emitters as a group and yet visited on the world's population as a whole. So markets do not properly take into account the harms caused by emissions. Secondly, climate change is an intergenerational problem in the sense that an appropriate response involves short-term costs for long-term gains. This makes it difficult for political parties, who are obviously focused on today's voters, to take appropriate steps. Thirdly, it's also a collective action problem. What one country does by itself will not meaningfully limit warming. This means that each country will have a tendency to shirk away from appropriate action. Fourthly, as individual consumers, even if we understand climate change, we still have needs and wants which are carbon intensive. The desire to own a Land Rover or to visit Europe. There is also a strong psychological desire to want to believe that things are okay, and that if they were not, the government would take appropriate action. Fifthly, corporate interests are profit focused, which means it's very difficult for an individual company to act independently in a climate responsible manner, as this increases costs, and those costs won't be incurred if consumers do not properly understand and value such steps. Sixthly, climate change is a polycentric regulatory problem of the kind that courts would normally be disinclined to get involved in. In my view, it's important to stress these points in evidence to the tribunal. That is, the tribunal should be cognizant of the challenges to take adequate climate action, and the tribunal is in a strong position to assess the evidence and measure it against the Crown's duty of active protection of the environment. In conclusion, and in answer to the question I've been asked, I consider that Aotearoa's climate policy does not come close to the level of ambition required by international climate science and policy in order to appropriately respond to the threat of climate change.
Now, Dr. Every Palmer, in the times between filing your evidence and today, the Court of Appeal has released its decision, and Lawyers for Climate Action New Zealand Incorporated and the Climate Change Commission, which is on the record of inquiry, is document 3.3.15a. This may not be a question that you feel that you can address in person today, and we may seek leave to reply in writing if not. But first of all, have you reviewed that decision? And second of all, if you have, does it change any of the opinions that you've offered the tribunal in your evidence?
Yes, I have reviewed it. I was counsel in that case, and it's also possible that leave to appeal will be sought, so I think I should be constrained in my comments on it. But it doesn't, the findings of the court don't affect the evidence that I've provided to the tribunal. In short, there were three issues that the court was considering: whether or not the Climate Change Commission made an error, a logical error in its applications of the percentage reductions from the 2018 special report. Secondly, whether or not the statutory purpose of contributing to limiting warming to 1.5 degrees represented a bottom line for the level of ambition in our emissions budgets. And thirdly, whether the Act required a particular type of accounting called inventory accounting. None of the court's findings on those issues affect the evidence I've provided to the tribunal.
Appreciate your answer there, Dr. Every Palmer. Now, Your Honour, we're in your hands. We're rapidly approaching the morning tea break, whether we want to begin with questioning now or come back after a cuppa and begin then.
I think we'll come back after we've had our cup of tea. So we'll be back at 11.
Your Honour,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you. We've returned from a refreshing morning tea, and I hope others have had a similar refreshment. Dr. Every Palmer, just before we begin with questions from Mr. Benyon, you did quote from the old the A43C document at one point, and I'm just wondering if you can give us the reference, the page number for that quote.
Page 4.
Page 4, thank you very much. Now I'll hand you over to Mr. Benyon.
Thank you, Your Honour. Morena, Dr. Every Palmer. I've got I think I'm down for about 30 minutes of questioning, but we might be able to get through in less than that. Look, the first thing I want to ask you about, after saying thank you for your evidence, which is very thorough and careful, and I'm asking questions on behalf of a number of claimants, but in particular, Emily Tuhiao Bailey and Climate Justice Taranaki, who have raised forestry issues. And we've had a witness this week, in Adrian Puka, who owns Māori freehold land up on the Wanganui River. They've got an old pine forest there, which was put on some years ago under the Muldoon government, and some issues there. So your introduction of the Parliamentary Commissioner's report was also very interesting, and I'll have some questions there. But I just wonder first if we can, on the ambition front, have a look at a couple of moments in the Court of Appeal judgment, which I think your counsel, Mr. Lyle, took you to. And I want to be careful here. I'm not asking you for opinions on what the Court of Appeal said. I'm just asking you for clarification on some of the documents that they referred to. And so I think your counsel probably has access to the document. I want to bring up the Court of Appeal judgment. There's a paragraph 88 and refers to cabinet paper. Paragraph 88 is quite long. It refers to a cabinet paper, and there's appendix 2 there, you'll see up on the screen. And if we go through to, it says choice of accounting methodology, and I want to come through to this point, little Roman 5 here. Now, you see that little Roman 5 that begins gross net target accounting, and accounting recognises that countries with significant removals in the reference year will be significantly disadvantaged. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes, I do.
And I just wanted to ask you about the last sentence, which was Ms. Tuhiao Bailey referred to. It says targets that represent comparable effort between countries would therefore appear weaker in terms of headline rates of reduction for countries with high rates of removals of the base year, which is challenging to communicate internationally. And it was just those last 4 words that I wanted to focus on. Challenging to communicate internationally. What would be challenging?
The short answer is that it would be challenging because it would look as if we had very low ambition compared to other countries. But to explain that to the tribunal, I need to go back a little bit. So New Zealand has historically and continues to express its international targets using what's called a gross net methodology. What that means is that our target in some future year is measured in net emissions after forestry, but the starting point in the base year is our gross emissions at that year. That's still a bit complicated, so maybe if I give an example, and a simple one is our initial indicative NDC, which was to reduce emissions by 2030 by 30% relative to 2005. So what that meant, and it wasn't actually spelt out in our international targets until about 2021, but what the New Zealand policymakers understood that to mean is that by 2030, our net emissions will be 30% below the level that our gross emissions were in 2005. Now, roughly in 2005, our net emissions were already 30% below our gross emissions. So if you express that in net terms, the target would have been to not increase our net emissions, to leave our net emissions at the same level in 2030 as they would be in 2005. So the point that I think that's being made slightly obliquely in that last sentence is telling the world that our target, our previous indicative NDC, had the ambition of not letting net emissions increase by 2030 relative to 2005, would have been challenging to communicate because it would have lacked any ambition and wouldn't have matched what other countries were offering. The paragraph as a whole says we would be disadvantaged by expressing our target on a net-net basis, and that thinking comes from the Kyoto Protocol, where countries that had net emissions that were lower than gross emissions in 1990 were required to use gross emissions as the start year. I think whether or not that was valid at the time, it certainly no longer applies when New Zealand, for example, has moved its base year to 2005. So we've used forestry to meet past targets, including over that period. So it's not clear to me what it means to say we're disadvantaged for including that in our base starting point. It would be like saying if there was another similar country which had instead of planting trees that had reduced emissions at source, it would be like saying that they were disadvantaged from using their lower gross emissions number than some previous higher number, because that would mean that the fact that they've reduced emissions would be counted against them. I don't find that reasoning compelling. But to answer your question, what does that last bit mean? Our targets would look much weaker. The headline targets would look much weaker if they were portrayed in a apples for apples net v net basis than the current gross v net. In simple terms, our current NDC, rather than being, I think it's a 51 to 55% range, it might be about half that, a 25%-ish reduction.
All right, thank you. And I just want to come up to one other part in this decision. At paragraph 85, it's actually that diagram that you see on screen there. You're familiar with this from I think it's in the cabinet paper.
Yep, I think it's originally from an MFE report to the minister that then became incorporated in the minister's cabinet paper.
And I just want to clarify some things on it. Sorry, finish that thought.
So the context is that Cabinet was making a decision on the NDC, our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, and so the minister was looking at different ways to assess what our fair contribution might be, and this graph was showing different measures of fairness or sharing burden between nations.
All right, and I just want to understand that bottom row is showing is that 650 million tonnes. That's a budget over the 25-year period. Is that or our remaining carbon budget?
No, so that's a budget over the NDC1 period, which was 2026 to 2030.
Right. So that's roughly 25-year budget. 2026 to 30 is a 4-year budget.
Five-year budget.
5-year budget.
2030 as well.
And so I'm just interested in what's happening on the right-hand side here with the two measures of equal share of global mitigation.
Sorry, can I just correct that? Sorry, it was a the budget period for NDC1 is 10 years. It's 2021 to 2030, so that 10-year period. So a budget of 600 million tonnes over that 10-year period is saying 60 million per annum of net emissions as our NDC target.
I see, and I'm just wanting to understand that the right-hand side there, on the lower right-hand side, there's an equal share of global mitigation cost at a current share of GDP, and then equal responsibility for warming for emissions since 1850. First of all, the bars that are used, they just indicate a kind of a range of options?
Yes. An uncertainty range in the measure. So they're kind of like the diamond is representing a central measure, but the bar itself is representing that if we applied that metric, there would be uncertainty as to exactly what the number would be. So the bar is trying to represent that.
And so on that lower right-hand side, using those measures, there's an indication that you would be looking to reduce 80% and possibly beyond 100% of that available budget. You'd look to go even negative in the period out to 2030.
Yes.
Potentially.
Yes. So the percentage is what our 2030 net emissions would be relative to gross 2005 emissions. And so if you used either of those two measures that go beyond the 100%, it would be saying that our NDC, if you set a fair contribution based on those measures, would be to have negative net emissions by 2030.
So if we took, and that would be for that budget, or would that essentially be meeting our 2050 net zero target? Or just it's just for that period?
Just for that period.
All right. I want to then go to the forest issue specifically, and the Parliamentary Commissioner's report and talking about over-reliance on forests. I just want to clear out some background sort of points. First of all, I think it's fair to say the report's making it clear, isn't it, that there's quite a big difference between biological carbon sequestration in the sort of above the ground and geological carbon sequestration under the ground. Those are two quite different propositions. Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. And just to put this in context, and I put this to a witness the other day, but it literally is the case currently that if I was to fly to Sydney overnight, do some shopping, attend a Formula One racing event and fly back, there might be forestry credits used to offset that. And if they were, the expectation would be that my flight would be offset by something that has to remain in the ground for hundreds, perhaps 1,000 years. That's kind of how they work, right?
So your flights to Sydney and the activities that are going on in Sydney would all involve the combustion of fossil fuels, which is part of the slow carbon cycle. So that's using biomass that's become petroleum or gas or coal and combusting it and releasing CO2 into the atmosphere. That has a long half-life. It doesn't dissipate or break down quickly. So that carbon dioxide is going to be in the upper atmosphere for hundreds or thousands of years. So if that was to be offset by carbon dioxide removal, then for it to be equivalent, you would have to have the same confidence that that sequestration would be permanent over a similar time period, bearing in mind that 1,000 years going forward is quite a long time. If we look back at 1,000 years, that's about the time that William the Conqueror was heading across to England. So lots of things have changed in that period, and it would have been very hard to make predictions with certainty as to what would happen, for example, to a tree when William the Conqueror was coming to England. And so I think it's also hard to make predictions with confidence about what happens to a tree that's planted today if it's being used to offset emissions from the slow carbon cycle.
Right, thank you. And just in terms of the use of emissions credits from forests in New Zealand, I just want to clarify a couple of points. The legal liability under the ETS is on the landowner to maintain the forest?
I'm not an expert as to the detail of the operational mechanics of the ETS, but yes, that is my understanding that the owner would have that obligation, or rather, if the forest wasn't maintained, then that would give rise to a liability under the emissions trading scheme because it would be treated as a source of emissions. So it's perhaps not right to say that there's an obligation to maintain it, but rather a liability to surrender units would arise if it was not maintained.
Right, thank you. And in terms of the ability to sell forest units at the moment, there's no restriction on selling units overseas. In other words, the New Zealand government doesn't necessarily get to meet its obligations, cannot assume that there are just simply that the forests that are planted in New Zealand have offsets that it can obtain. They may already be sold to overseas users, sold or leased.
That's my understanding, yes.
And I'm just reflecting a little bit off this PCE report. And as we understand, there's no legal requirements in New Zealand at the moment for any sort of buffer planting or anything like that as a precautionary measure against forest fires and climate extremes, wiping out forests.
That's correct. That if one took the risks associated with carbon emissions carbon sequestration through forestry not being permanent, then one of the ways that you could deal with that is by having an exchange rate. So you could treat, for example, 5 tons of forestry sequestration as being enough to offset 1 ton of emissions, or you could require a buffer to be maintained either by the forester or the government could do it as a form of insurance to say, well, if we lost half our forestry, we've got this buffer here. But to answer your question, no, I don't understand there to be any buffering mechanism in our emissions trading scheme system as it relates to forestry.
I want to come to page 132 of the PCE report, and there's a chart there. This type of chart I'm sure you're familiar with in terms of discussing discounting and base years and how forests are treated. But I want to just ask a couple of questions about it. So you see that graph on page 132 talks about, it has a teal, is that a teal coloured line, which shows the tons of CO2 being sequestered by the forest. It slopes up as the forest grows. And then at the moment of harvest, in this case at about 28 years, there's an abrupt drop. And you'll see there an average age line, which is the blue line, and then a safe carbon line at the bottom. This question relates to average accounting and then the issue of what the atmosphere sees at any one moment. So one way of doing emissions trading is that, for example, a forester using the teal line might have a lot of credits at at 28 years, but they'd have to be cautious, wouldn't they? Because when it's harvested, they would have to account for the credits for the short period that the forest, or for the years that the forest is harvested and regrowing. So they should probably, if they were wise, not sell all the credits in year 28. Is that the way to put it? If you accounted for credits on a year-by-year basis?
Yes, so under a year-by-year approach, as the forest matures, the forester would earn credits on an annual basis, matching the teal line. When it drops on harvesting, i.e. when the forest gets cut down and so those trees are no longer standing and storing carbon, then that gives rise to a surrender liability if you account for it on a year-by-year basis. Either the forester would have to be storing up units to surrender at that time, or would have to look to buy them on the secondary market to meet their surrender obligation.
All right. And so the idea of average accounting would use the blue line, and you would say, look, the forest has been planted at year 0, let's say at year 10. We can safely say that you have a steady 400 tonnes there, and you can get credits for that, and you can trade those on, as long as you need to. That you're going to keep getting that 400 tonne. We're going to assume that 400 tonnes is always there. Is that the way the averaging works?
Yes, so you earn them year by year up until the forest reaches that roughly 15-year mark on that diagram, and then you no longer are receiving any more, but there's also no surrender obligation.
So to be clear, if we look at the teal line, if I go to about 28 years, when we've harvested and we come down to the harvest means that we drop precipitously down. There's a period between about 30 years and say 45 years where the actual carbon that the atmosphere sees is below 400 tonnes. That's what that's telling us. Yes. So on the average accounting approach, there might be a 10 or 15 year period where the credits that I'm trading, that carbon doesn't actually exist and actually may be dropping away for a period.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've also got in the report reference to the temporary adverse event suspension, which allows for a requirement you don't need to surrender credits if your forest goes out of existence for a period due to wildfire, and we can postpone the requirement to surrender credits. You're familiar with that, or the detail of that, and how the two things of average accounting and the TAES might work together?
No, I'm not familiar with the detail of the TAES.
All right.
Mr. Benny, could I make one further observation about the averaging approach to forestry?
Yes.
So in some ways, averaging is firstly, if forests were planted and established with random timing, stochastically, then those kind of peaks and troughs of individual forests would all even out, and it wouldn't really matter at a national level that we were doing it year by year. And we did do it year by year up until about 2020, when we switched how we account for plantation forests. But forests aren't planted at random times. They're established in response to economic signals. So you tend to get periods where lots are planted and periods where not many are planted. So at a national level, when you look at our net emissions, it's a little bit up and down. It's not hugely up and down, like it tends to stay between 20 and 25% of forestry is about 20 to 25% of our gross emissions. But that kind of sawtooth figure that an individual forest might have is also replicated to an extent at a national level. And what was about to happen in the mid to late 1920s was that a lot of historic forestry, which had gone in about 28, 30 years ago, was about to be due for harvesting. So at a national level, our net emissions would have jumped up because there would have been a period of harvesting across a lot of forests. So while averaging might be sensible as a policy, one of the criticisms that's been made of the government is the timing of the introduction of averaging, which at a national level, the criticism is that we were well above our national average of carbon storage through forestry when we switched to averaging, and we avoided the consequences of harvesting in our accounts, but we didn't take into account, we didn't allow for the fact that we were actually gaining on that because of the timing of doing it at an up part of the carbon sequestration cycle. So I just wanted to add that context that when I said earlier in my evidence that a number of New Zealand's policies and the way that we set targets and measure them have been controversial, this is an example of one of them, the switch to averaging accounting from year-by-year accounting for plantation forests. And that's why I think it's quite helpful to focus on gross emissions and historic trends because they're much harder to, or they're much more transparent as to what's actually happening and whether we're moving towards decarbonisation.
Right. I think in that answer you said 1920s. I presume you meant 2020s?
I did, sorry.
Yes. I know it's forests. It's a long period. So do I, just from that answer, if we look at this graph, we've used the example of one forest and a period of time of about 15 years when it would be what the atmosphere sees would not reflect what the credits that were claimed would be. You're saying, but that could be broadened out on a national level if a lot of forests were in harvest at one time.
Yes.
And that's a vulnerability that we haven't, that's not really explicitly recognised anywhere or provided for.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to come to page 168 of the PCE report, just a couple more matters here. And I think there, I'm looking at the second paragraph. The simplest way out of the situation would be to break the link between the ETS and forest offsetting by phasing out these forestry units as a legitimate offset for ongoing fossil fuel emissions. I mean, it might be too broad a question, but does that make sense to you from the concerns here, or is that more of a forestry offsetter question, or does it reflect your concern about over-reliance on forests?
It makes sense to me. I think there are two things going on in that paragraph. One is that we need to de-link forestry from gross emissions so that rather than having an ETS which is focused on both and budgets which are focused on net emissions, we should have a target for gross emissions. So the 2030 target for gross emissions might be, for example, 62 million tonnes. And emitters would need to, there'd be a limited number of units available, for example, through auction, and emitters would compete for those units, and the price would rise to a level that meant that you would get decarbonisation in the economy, and you would have, because of the limited number of units, it would work as a cap on the level of gross emissions. And you would have a price that reflects, there was an appropriate price for a market mechanism to incentivise efficient decarbonisation. So that's the system I think we should move to, which means forests have to come out. On the other hand, you've got two more problems to solve. One is that we still want to encourage new forestry because it's a good thing. No one's saying that forests are bad in the response to climate change. I'm just saying that you should never think of it as equivalent to reductions at source. Reductions at source are a qualitatively much more important thing to do. So you'd need some kind of mechanism for the government to do that. But also, you've got forestry owners who have been told for the last, decades, and that includes a lot of Māori forestry owners, including people who have received forests or have forest-related assets as part of treaty settlements, saying, well, actually, we've got a legitimate expectation that we would get $50, $60, $100 per tonne of sequestration from our forestry assets. So you can't take that away from us. I think that's a legitimate concern. I don't think that the right response is to say, therefore, we won't change the ETS, but rather it might give rise to valid claims for compensation or alternative mechanisms to meet those expectations.
All right, and while we're on that page, I just see at the bottom page, that whenua Māori reference, which I think is also repeated in a special warning or comment about Māori later in the report. It says whenua Māori would have a high priority claim to such targeted funding given the limited option value for many areas, etc., and long-term forestry aspirations such as native afforestation is well suited. So another option I think that this report suggests is that you might target revenue from offsets to native afforestation. That's a possibility as well.
Yes. So if we phased out forestry from the ETS and dealt with the stockpile of units, and the government was auctioning, for example, 60 million units a year, obviously decreasing as gross emissions are targeted to decrease, then that's a considerable amount of revenue that the government would be taking in. It wouldn't necessarily have to be recycled into forestry, but that would be a sensible thing to do with it as a climate win on both sides of the equation. And I think if you asked, well, what type of forestry should that money go into? Having targeted native forests established in a way which is as predator-free as possible, and in a way that creates joined-up areas of native forestry throughout the motu would have huge co-benefits in terms of the other environmental issues that the nation and the world is facing. Conversely, the idea that 330,000 hectares of conservation land would be converted into forest, with 280 million hectares of that being pine forest, it's something that I think that if that happened, people would look back in 20 or 50 years and say, why did we do that when there could have been the co-benefits from native afforestation?
Just to jump in there, it's now 30 minutes past, so possibly time for a micro break, and to note that Mr. Benyon did request half an hour.
I have one last question, which I'll come to after. I'm happy to come to it after the break, or take it now.
All right, we'll take the break now, but one more question, Mr. Benyon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benyon.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. Just one last question, as promised. Dr. Every Palmer, the Crown's alerted us to the fact that the Climate Change Commission gave advice, I think, in November 2024 about moving the 2050 target to make it net negative 20 million tonnes CO2 equivalent, including shipping and aviation for 2050. And I think the government's due to report back on that in November this year. Are you familiar with that target? And if you are, does it address in any way or assist in your view about how ambitious New Zealand should be in its approach to climate change?
Yes, I'm familiar with the Commission's advice to the government in relation to whether the 2050 target should be revised. And yes, the Commission recommends that instead of being long-lived gases, i.e. everything apart from methane, being net zero at 2050, that they should be minus 20 million tonnes at 2050 and thereafter. And the Commission's reasoning for that is that other countries are becoming more ambitious as they see the risks of breaching the 1.5 degree threshold. Secondly, there is, through the work of the IPCC, a greater appreciation of how bad things get after 1.5 degrees. And thirdly, the Commission says there's an intergenerational equity issue that means that we need to do more quicker and we can't just leave the can down the road. I agree with that reasoning, and I would certainly agree that it's better to have that revised target than stick with the other target. I guess I would say, though, that consistently with my written report, I don't think it's enough to focus on our net position, that we also need to really drive down our gross emissions. I think that the appropriate response to climate change isn't that difficult. It's reduce all emissions as quickly as you can and plant trees. And if the Commission's revised target was adopted by the government, then it would still be the case that it could be met, at least for a while, by planting trees rather than having serious reductions at source. So I think it's a real move in the right direction. I don't have a firm view on whether minus 20 is the perfect number or not, and the Commission has more expertise in that. But I would worry, as I think the Commission would worry as well, that doing it through planting trees isn't the right answer. And the Commission has said that in a number of bits of advice, including its advice to the government on ERP2, as well as going from 0 to minus 20. The target's also more ambitious because of the inclusion of shipping and international aviation. So there's more in there that has to become a negative number. And also, as I mentioned before, they propose tightening the target range for methane so that that's a stricter target as well. So all those things, if they were adopted by the government, would be positive moves.
Thank you, Dr. Every Palmer. Ngā mihi o tō kōrero ki a tātou katoa. Thank you.
My learning from Mr. Sharp has some questions to follow.
Tēnā koe, Dr. Every Palmer.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Sharp.
Ngā mihi for your evidence. You've transitioned well from the bar to the witness box.
It's actually quite nice being in the witness box. You know that you can fall back on, I have no idea, that's outside my expertise, which counsel don't have the luxury of.
You learn too many tricks. I indicated that my questions were around the projections, the emission projections from 2050, which were at paragraph 84 of your evidence. So just a few clarifying questions first. Just an obvious observation that in these forecasts there's a high degree of certainty, and the chart that you have at paragraph 84 shows a fair bit of downside risk that the emissions might be higher.
Yes.
Now, the second point is that on this trajectory, we will not meet the 2035 budget. I think we'll be short, it says, by about 9.3 megatons. That's correct?
Which budget? The EB3?
Yes.
Yes, that's my recollection. So this is from ERP2, which is mainly focused on the second emissions budget.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously one should be conscious about meeting future budgets as well as the 2050 target. And from memory, it was the median project or the middle projection would fail to meet EB3, and 9 million sounds like the right number.
Yeah. And then from about then, we have quite a relatively steep trajectory downwards to what is said to be net zero by 2044. It appears that's based on a forecast of large amounts of additional forestry coming online. Is that your view?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, it also with the 2030 NDC on that trajectory, at 2030 will be short of the NDC. They said by about 84 megaton. That's your understanding also?
Yes, so our current NDC is for the period 2021 to 2030, and our domestic emissions would exceed it. It's estimated by about 84 million tonnes.
Now, I'm just wondering, because in the discussion document for the ERP2, it was discussed that there'll be a need to buy international credits to offset that. But in the final ERP2, that's not mentioned, the buying of international credits. Have you any idea what that signals the intention with regards to buying international credits to bridge to the NDC?
I think the government has sent quite mixed signals on what its intention is on the NDC. It seems from the outside that they're trying to walk a line which protects our international reputation by making the right sounds that we would meet our NDC by purchasing offshore mitigation. But at least in terms of what's publicly available, there is very little to suggest progress in purchasing offshore mitigation to meet that 84 million tonne obligation. And neither is there any sign of action to increase our domestic ambition to reduce the amount that needs to be purchased from overseas. And nor has the government been willing to recognise the potential financial consequences of having that purchase obligation on the Crown accounts. So, if you like, one set of messages seem to be saying we are committed to our international agreements, which include here the Paris Agreement and also our Fair Trade Agreement with the European Union. But on the other hand, there is the signals seem to be that we're not actually taking steps to meet our international obligations. And so the removal of information in relation to that shortcoming, I don't know why it was removed, but it might be part of that second set of signals of not wanting to make it sound as if we actually have to do it or we actually are doing it.
Okay, so we don't know. It's unclear whether these projections include offshore mitigation or not.
Sorry, these projections are just domestic emissions projections.
Right. Okay.
They will not include it.
Thank you. Now, also just a observation that these projections, they took into account scrapping of many of the Labor government plans, such as clean vehicle discount, bringing agricultural emissions in from 2025, etc. So the projections in effect have been there's been higher emissions projected because of the scrapping of those plans. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with the forestry assumptions, you've given some information or some idea of the large amount of forestry that is projected to be planted under the projections. Jeff Bertram, in his evidence in his tribunal, he gave an estimate that the projected forestry, additional planting, will involve about a 40% increase in forestry area from now to about 2050, about 700,000 hectares. Does that sound about right?
Yes, I think the last figures from the Commission were a range between 900,000 and over 2 million hectares. So it's possibly the 40%, the 700,000 is possibly a conservative number.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, even with that number, that's a huge change to our natural landscape and a huge loss of opportunity or loss of flexibility for future generations if that land has to stay in forestry forever, for 1,000 years, rather than be put to alternative uses which might otherwise be more valuable to future generations. And I think that speaks to the potential intergenerational inequities if we're locking up land in pine forests today rather than stopping driving SUVs.
Now, to get that large increase in forestry, of course, it's private foresters have to be incentivized to expand the planting and be able to do that. Now, I think in your evidence at paragraph 129, you mentioned that keeping carbon or NZU prices about $50 to $60 a unit would be necessary to incentivize or keep forestry incentivized. Now, I'm just referring again to Jeff Bertram in his evidence. His evidence was that that range of NZU prices, which is in the documents for the ERP, that's unrealistic. That given the future trends in especially the international carbon market, it's unrealistic to try to keep carbon prices that low for an extended period of time. For example, during the 2030s. What's your comment on that?
I haven't read his evidence, so I'm not sure of his chain of reasoning around it. The international carbon prices are, I think, likely to be higher than that over the next decade and likely to be considerably higher because our market isn't directly linked to those. There's no direct impact from overseas prices, carbon prices to our carbon prices, but it will certainly stand out as a stark comparison if other countries' prices are up to the $100, $200 and ours stays low. It does seem to me to be a fundamental flaw in the emissions trading scheme because of the incorporation of forestry, that the price can never go high enough to incentivize meaningful decarbonisation, because as soon as the price gets up to that kind of level of $50 to $60, we get marginal beef and sheep and dairy land converting into forestry, and so the price just doesn't go up. So I I'm not sure that I agree that the price wouldn't stay at those levels with the current emissions trading scheme. I would agree that that would put international pressure on New Zealand. And if he's also making the point, as with the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, that that price is too low to drive decarbonisation, then I'd certainly agree with that.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Bertram also raises the issue that expanding forestry to that extent has a question mark on it, given that the government has signalled intention to restrict the amount of farmland that be converted to forestry in the near future. Any comments on that?
Yes, the government has a number of propositions that are hard to reconcile. So the main mechanism for dealing with climate change is the ETS. And the main thing that that does is convert marginal sheep, beef and dairy land into forestry. That's our main climate response mechanism. Also, in response to concerns from the rural communities and farming lobbies, the government has said that it's going to restrict the conversion of farmland into forestry. The proposals aren't detailed or concrete, but they might come through in the Climate Change Response Act review, which is being undertaken at the moment. And those policies are directed at maintaining farmland as farmland. So it's not clear how you square away those two policy positions, that we're going to respond to climate change by planting forests out of farmland, but we're going to protect the farmland and not let it all become forests. I mean, it might be where the 330,000 hectares of Crown conservation land becoming mainly pine forest came out of, is trying to reconcile those things.
Yes, that was my next question. That's seemed to have answered at least, I think there was about a forecast of 280,000 hectares, which they're being budgeted from low-value Crown land. Now,
I think that there's 280 in pine,
yes.
out of 320 forestry in total.
Yes. And we've heard from, well, we've seen from that article, and you've mentioned that a number of there's been a number of views that there's just simply not enough low-value Crown land to do that. That's been the view expressed, hasn't it?
Yes, and my understanding is that the 320,000 hectares, it was that was a number required to create enough carbon sequestration to have us meeting the 2050 target, rather than it being built up from what's realistic and feasible. So it's a number which makes the projections look as if we're on track by some measures, rather than a number that has yet been tested for practicality, feasibility, or the cost benefit of planting 2 Molesworth stations in new forests.
Thank you. Now, just one
apologies, just in terms of keeping track, I think we've hit the micro break time, and I think Mr. Sharp, we're over the 10 minutes that you requested, in the interest of moving things along.
Mr. Sharp, how many more questions have you got?
I've only got 2 short questions left.
If they're 2 short questions, we'll have those and then we'll take the micro break. Thank you.
Dr. Every Palmer also just wanted to, just in the ERP plan, it talks about the government enabling carbon capture, utilisation and storage as a solution. We've heard evidence, particularly from Alison Cole in this inquiry, that that's very uncertain whether that's going to be feasible. Do you have any views on that?
There's, in principle, other forms of carbon sequestration in addition to forestry are, a good idea, particularly if they're more permanent than forestry, but there are no near-term likely initiatives to produce at scale economical carbon sequestration. So I think there's a real danger if you have plans which rely on those mechanisms.
Thank you. And lastly, just referring to you producing the Commission of Environment's very timely report they released this week about delinking forestry from the ETS, and you have suggested ways of doing that. Also, just want to pick up on what you mentioned as was perhaps another approach of having a forestry exchange rate, say 5-1, if you do keep forestry within the ETS, so as to dilute its influence on reductions of emissions at source. So is that what you were thinking of as an alternative?
Yes. So I would personally favour a complete delinking. So just taking it out of the ETS and just have the ETS as focused on gross emissions. But one of the other alternative ways of thinking about it is to associate a risk factor for forestry, which would give rise to an exchange rate. And that was one of several options that the Ministry for the Environment started consulting on in, I think it was the middle of 2024. It was, middle of 2023, but the consultation wasn't finished and it was brought to an end by the incoming government.
I'm here, Dr. Avery Palmer. Thank you for your evidence.
Good.
Thank you. We'll take the 5-minute break now. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Palmer. It's Dr. Avery Palmer. It's now time for questions from the tribunal, and we're going to begin on my far left, with Mr. Kevin Prime.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe. I've asked this question of other witnesses. Do you think we're very close to the tipping point?
Which tipping point, sir?
The tipping point of becoming irreversible.
We're certainly close to the 1.5 degrees threshold, which I think means a much higher risk of tipping points which bring us into much more serious territory. I think there's still the opportunity to stay within the bounds of relative safety, partly because even if we exceed 1.5 degrees for a period of time, through reducing methane, we can reduce peak temperatures, or through carbon sequestration, we can reduce temperatures over time. So no one can know for certain, but because the tipping points are inherently uncertain as to when they would kick in, which creates real risk. But I don't have reason to believe that we're past any particular tipping points at the moment. My understanding of the risks is that it's a call to do as much as we possibly can, as quickly as we possibly can.
Yeah. Thank you for that. So basically that's no, really, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. My next question was, I suppose it's about the practicalities. What do individuals, what could I do to assist in the reducing the emissions?
It's very hard to have a low carbon lifestyle at the moment. That if you participate in society and you travel, if you eat dairy and meat, then you're going to create quite a few emissions. Now, I think we can all take a degree of personal responsibility, and in terms of our choices about how we move around a city or what we do in our holidays. But the biggest changes are going to happen or not happen at a systemic national level. So it's important that we have policies in place that create the incentives for businesses to decarbonise, that we have the incentives for thermal, i.e. fossil fuel generation, to come out of our electricity system, and that we have incentives for decarbonisation of transport. And there are two broad ways we can do that. We can either have a cap and trade system, or we can have a series of sector-specific government regulations which drive those changes. But until we have that, I think that individuals should do what they can, and there are many co-benefits from a low-carbon lifestyle choice. But unless you make dramatic lifestyle choices, you're constrained by living within a high-carbon economy, which is why we need the government to create the frameworks to drive down emissions at source.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That's very clear. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Avery Palmer. My question, or a couple of questions in regards to para 66 of your brief of evidence. And it's just at the end of that paragraph, you talk about, quote, further land use change from dairy to horticulture. And is that as a consequence of the reduction of the national dairy herd over the last 3 or 4 years? Is that the reason for the change from dairy to horticulture?
So this list is from the Climate Change Commission.
Yeah.
And what they're saying is, compared to kind of the middle reference case that we're using for our budgets, there are a number of more ambitious but still feasible steps that could be taken to reduce our emissions even further. So that's the context of this list, including land use change from dairy to horticulture. I don't think it will be referring to, I think it'll be forward-looking in terms of reductions in dairy going forward, not historic changes in the dairy herd.
Okay. Methane reducing feed additives. Can you help me a little bit with that? Are we talking here about different grass cultivars? Are we talking about green feed, maize being fed, palm kernel, all of those sorts of things? Is that what it's referring to?
As I say, this is the Commission's list, not mine. I've got no particular expertise in methane reducing feed additives, so I'm not sure. Their report certainly has more detail than the summary here, but I can't answer you as to which of those, if any, they were specifically thinking about.
Okay. No, well, I was hoping to sort of be able to get something that tells us in that particular sector there is continuing movement towards addressing the methane effects from dairy cattle in particular. And in their report, in your view, I was hoping that you would have had some further knowledge in that, in which you could have helped us.
I'm sorry, so the point I'm really making there is not about specific technologies.
Yeah.
It's just expert independent body, the Climate Change Commission, has said there's this more ambitious track that's feasible, and these are some of the things that they said could be done.
Okay, thank you.
Tēnā koe, good afternoon, Dr. Avery Palmer. I've just got a couple of questions. Just preface my questions by mentioning that when Mr. Benyon was questioning you, he himself, I think, is rather adverse to air travel, but he put the proposition that he would fly to Australia. I think his destination was Melbourne rather than Sydney. You said Sydney. He wanted to go and attend the Formula One Grand Prix, where 20 cars of high-performance cars go run in circles for 3 days and then ship off to Singapore or China. And I think that would probably be adding to the CO2 emissions, I'm sure you'd agree. But his questioning also led you to elaborate a little bit on what's paragraph 75 in your original brief, which is the setting international targets with gross starting points and net finishing points. And you made some comments on that. And at the end of that paragraph 75, you point out that this approach has been criticised as overstating our true level of ambition. And you've talked about level of ambition several times today. So do you yourself agree with the critics who say that gross net approach provides an untrue level of ambition? From the witness, Emily Bailey, she calls it fraud. So what sort of comments do you have? Is it untrue in some sense?
Yes, so I think the different approaches New Zealand has taken since the Kyoto Protocol have had a common theme of overstating our level of ambition. Now, that could be characterised as an accounting trick. I think as a lawyer, I'm very careful about words like forward, and I have no insight as to the particular states of mind of the decision makers who have made those decisions or recommended them to the minister to be able to go that far. But I think, and the issues are complicated, and for some of them there are valid reasons why things were done, but they have been implemented in a way which makes our headline ambition look much higher than our true ambition. I certainly stand by that statement. But in many ways, I think it's helpful to cut through that by looking back, actually, what has our track record been since 1990? And the fact that our gross and net emissions are higher today than they were in 1990 speaks for itself, in my opinion.
Right, so that's comparing net with net.
Apples with apples.
Apples with apples.
So, yes.
Yeah. And so in terms of dealing with all this, I take you to paragraph 133 of your brief. You talk about the wicked problem that we have where greenhouse emissions are an externality and markets do not properly take into account the harms caused by greenhouse gas emissions. And then the second part of the wicked problem is that for politicians and political parties, short-term costs are probably more important than long-term gains. It's the reference to markets in that statement of yours on 133.1 that I want to ask you about. There's an acronym TINA, T-I-N-A, which is no reference to Tina Turner, and nor is it a reference to the rather beautiful film Tina, which is in cinemas now, but it's the acronym evoked by many political leaders that there is no alternative to market-regulated economies rather than state-regulated economies. So, what are your thoughts on that?
That's quite a big question, sir. I don't see a dichotomy between state and market. It's a question of balance between market mechanisms and state regulation. And it's something that tends to swing a bit over time. So within my lifetime, a heavy regulated state under the Muldoon era to a heavily deregulated state under Longy and Douglas to something which is now in between the two. In terms of climate change issues, I'm personally quite a fan of market mechanisms. For climate change, the market left alone wouldn't solve it because of the externality problem. Yes. So in the same way that if we didn't have environmental regulation, there would be excessive pollution. Some would say even with environmental regulation, there's excessive pollution, but without any, then the externality problem would mean that you would have far more pollution that's socially optimal. So a common thing that economists say is that we should internalize the externality by making businesses who pollute bear those costs. So a simple response to climate change is a carbon tax that puts a value on the social cost of a tonne of emissions. And for example, the EPA in the United States under the Biden administration were using a social cost of carbon of $190 for their policy projections. You could just impose that as a polluter's tax in order to ensure that people only emitted carbon when the benefit to them was greater than the social cost of those emissions. So I do think there are market mechanisms which could address climate change, but in many ways, my list, which goes on with the other problems, partly highlights why governments are slow to take that kind of action. because it's intergenerational, because it's a collective action problem. And that leads me to the conclusion that the tribunal actually has a special place in the ecosystem for being able to speak, truth in terms of what is appropriate ambition and where does the government stand in relation to that standard.
Thank you. Could you just clarify for me? Are you saying that you think the imposition of a carbon tax, polluter pays type of carbon tax, is a market mechanism? It sounds like a more Muldoonist intervention.
It's market in the sense that you do one limited intervention that affects relative prices, and then you let the market respond to it, as opposed to a series of regulations which, clean car discounts, subsidies for solar panels. It's more market-based in the sense of it's one intervention, but then lets the market do the rest of it. In the same way, an emissions trading scheme is often called a market-based mechanism, and I would be I have no strong views against a functional ETS creating a cap for carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions, and letting the market determine what the price of units is, and letting the market determine who emits and who doesn't emit. My problem is that at the moment we don't have a functional emissions trading scheme in terms of reducing emissions at source. So I take your point that creating an emissions trading scheme, creating a tax, they are state intervention, but they're just one intervention that then changes prices and lets the market determine the rest of the outcomes.
Right. Okay. Good. Thank you. That clarifies it a little bit for me, and I'm sure your evidence will be taken into full account when we have to consider it further as we move towards writing a report at some stage. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You've got that. Yeah. Dr. Every Palmer, I've just got a few questions of mainly of clarification. At your paragraph 57, well, 55 to 57, you refer to the principle of no additional warming. And I'm just trying to understand what that principle actually is. Could you tell me about that, please?
Sure. So the idea behind it is that what our goal should be in responding to climate change is to look at each greenhouse gas separately and to reach a state where emissions of that gas are causing no additional warming. That's the principle, that's stating the principle. So in terms of carbon dioxide, that means moving to net zero. If you have any positive carbon dioxide emissions, then they're going to contribute to warming over, the next centuries. Methane's different if you apply that principle of no additional warming, because methane is disintegrating in the atmosphere at a much faster rate. So for methane, in simple terms, you could achieve no additional warming by only a modest reduction in the rate of methane emissions, but you could keep emitting methane. So for New Zealand, it might mean, where most of our methane is from the agricultural sector, that we could reduce annual emissions by a couple of %, but because past methane emissions are dropping off the back end, there's no additional warming despite there being new methane emissions. So that's the idea. But for the reasons I set out in the following paragraphs very briefly, but also referring to a report by the Kapiti Climate Insights group. I do not accept that that's a valid proposition in science or climate policy, because what the science and the climate policy says is reduce each gas as much and as quickly as you can. And if that means that methane is contributing to cooling rather than warming, that's a great outcome. It's not something which is a reason for a handbrake. It would be somewhat perverse if the ability for methane to reduce global maximum temperatures becomes a reason not to do all we can on methane.
And presumably on carbon dioxide as well, emissions on carbon dioxide. So it's reduce all of them, is what you're saying, rather than let one reduce more and still continue emitting.
Yes. So I guess I've got to reduce all of them as quickly as we can. And depending on the gas, it might still contribute to warming or it might contribute to cooling. But that's not the operative principle that should guide what we do. The operative principle is do as much as we can, as quickly as we can.
Right, thank you. And I'll just have our registrar bring up the page 4 of the Alt F report, and we've just highlighted I think the 3 paragraphs that you quoted, and I am looking at the middle paragraph regarding the commercial driver of an ETS, and it does refer to the fact that if that's to work, what it means for land use is that land would be in forests permanently. We have had a lot of evidence from Māori, from our witnesses, that they're interested in transitioning from, or at least partially transitioning from, pine to native. And of course, a native forest is much more long-lived and has a lot of other benefits in terms of biodiversity and its association with traditional Māori culture and so forth. And I suppose my question is really that we've also been told that there's something in the ETS which is a disincentive to natives being planted. Are you aware of what that might be?
The issue is that pine forestry soaks up carbon because it grows much more quickly than native forestry, because it grows more quickly. So if you like, it's not that native forestry is penalised, but that if anyone's got a area of land that they want to plant into forestry in order to earn units under the emissions trading scheme, the financial balance, because of those different rates of growth, greatly favours pine forests. So there's a strong economic incentive to go pine rather than native under the emissions trading scheme. And that's one of the things that the PCE report talks about, and it also talks about transition forests and about how we might think about creating incentives that recognise those co-benefits that you've mentioned and that I agree with. So I think the forestry is an important part of the climate solution, and that there are lots of reasons for Aotearoa to favour native forestry rather than exotic pine plantations. But if you like, the even more important part of that paragraph is the reference above where you took me to the deeply flawed assumption of equivalence between carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel combustion and their capture in stocks of biological carbon. Because that assumption, which is deeply flawed, is what's driving our climate change response. It's built into the DNA of our budgets, our targets, and the emissions trading scheme. And unless that assumption is called out and changed, then we're not going to have an adequate response to the climate emergency. We won't have a response which is commensurate with what the science says is required or what is feasible in terms of changes to our economy. So both bits of the paragraph are important because forestry is important, but the key is that forestry is a complement, an additional factor to reductions at source. It is not and can never be a substitute for reductions at source, which is the way that it's currently treated throughout our entire carbon change response.
And just looking at the third paragraph there, and it refers to increasingly negative economic, social and environmental consequences if we continue with the ETS in its current form. And apart from the issue of continuing warming, because it's not an adequate incentive to decarbonise, I'm wondering if you can expand on what the other economic, social and environmental consequences might be.
So under the current emissions trading scheme settings, we would see hundreds of thousands of hectares of private and Crown land becoming exotic pine forests over the coming decades. And that will have economic consequences in terms of the loss of agricultural land and the transformation of rural communities. That will also mean social consequences for those communities, and also environmental consequences in terms of the potential dangers of pine forests as homes to predators for the native ecosystem, but also, as we've seen in Cyclone Gabrielle and Te Rāwhiti, the potential consequences of erosion, land instability, and offcuts from harvesting, entering streams and rivers and causing damage. So I think it's a broad reference to both the problem of it's driving us away from facing up to the real challenge, which is decarbonising. It's driving us to a solution which is inferior. That's the non-equivalence, the deeply flawed assumption point. And it's also one that there are a number of negative consequences of a landscape dominated by pine forests that we could sleepwalk into when, to the extent that forestry is a part of the answer, they could be native forests with the co-benefits that we've already talked about.
Thank you, Dr. Every Palmer. We have heard from a number of rural Māori communities, and they are certainly concerned about what it means for them that if we continue to have global warming. Can I just ask you one more question? I agree with you in that that the fact that on the global scale our emissions are relatively small, but nevertheless there is a moral duty in every country, whether small or large emitters have to do their part. But it's certainly something that I hear a lot from all sorts of people, that, well, you know, we are only small and our emissions are only small and what we do isn't going to make a difference. How do we change? Do you have any ideas about how we change that view? Because unless that view is changed, the political will not change either.
Thank you. That's a great question to have an opportunity to answer. So the way it's often put to me is India and China are the big countries. They aren't doing anything about climate change. What we do will make no difference. We're 0.1% of emissions. So why hurt ourselves or sacrifice ourselves for a lost cause? I think that is fundamentally mistaken reasoning for a number of reasons. The first is that it's based on a false assumption that India and China aren't doing anything in that example. China is a huge investor in renewable energy. India has set targets to reduce the carbon intensity of activities. Obviously, there are countries that are still going through the path of development, so it's much more difficult for them to actually reduce headline emissions than it is for a country like New Zealand. But it's a false assumption to start off with to say that they're not doing anything. Secondly, there's often an assumption there that it's going to be this huge burden and costly for New Zealand to do it, whereas actually the projections from the Climate Change Commission, for example, are that it isn't a huge burden to move down this path of decarbonisation. Thirdly, I think it's important to point out that every reduction matters, every 1/10 of a degree, every tonne. So what we do does matter, and there are only 6 countries that have emissions which are 2% or more of the total global amount. So most countries and most emissions are from small countries by that measure. So small countries as a group are more important than the big countries. I think it's also important because in order to encourage over time other countries to do more, we can be a leader by doing more. I think the moral dimension is very important, particularly when we look at our place in the world and we look at our relationship to the Pacific Island nations who will be heavily hit by sea level rise. It's incumbent on us because of that, as well as our general position as a global citizen, to do our share in of itself. In much the same way that one should still go and vote, even if one isn't going to have the pivotal vote in a general election. So that's something to throw back at people who ask you that. Ask them whether they're voters or not. Finally, I think there are pragmatic reasons why it's important to be doing as much as we can. If we don't, we face international reputation issues, potential trade barriers through carbon border adjustment mechanisms, through our obligations under the EU trade deal, and because I think the world will reach a stage where it really values economies that have decarbonised. So I said that was my final point, but my real final point is that we are 0.1% of global emissions, but we are 0.06% of the global population. So person for person, our emissions are threefold what the global average is. So I think that says that, in itself is a big reason to be reducing to a fair share of the available carbon budgets. But thank you for that question.
Thank you, Dr. Every Palmer. I'll just see if Mr. Lyle has any questions.
Thank you, Your Honour. One matter arising, Dr. Every Palmer, in your brief of evidence at 55, and Honour Judge Milroy's just taken you there to discuss the ministry advisory panel appointed to determine the methane target. My understanding was that the Climate Change Commission was established to provide independent expert advice on mitigating climate change. Are you aware of why the Climate Change Commission didn't give that advice, or did it give that advice? And are you aware of the background there?
Yes, so the principle of no additional warming has been advocated for, amongst others, but by the Federation Farmers and the Beef and Lamb New Zealand industry body. And having a report into revising our targets consistently with no additional warming was written into one of the coalition agreements as part of the new government. I'm 99% certain it was the New Zealand first one, but someone would have to go back to check to be 100% sure which one it was in. In light of that, the Commission did have a couple of pages in one of its reports commenting on no additional warming and saying that it didn't agree that it was appropriate to revise our targets on that basis, and that even if we did revise the methane target, we would have to do more elsewhere. And so it's fair to say that the independent expert body that was set up to advise the government was, like me, not a fan of the principle of no additional warming. That was the broad context around which the Ministerial Advisory Panel was formed. It's referred to as an independent panel, but the terms of reference have quite an extraordinary definition of independent. They didn't have to be independent of any lobby groups. What they had to be independent of was the Climate Change Commission. So the government wanted someone who was independent of the independent advisor to the government to give them advice as to what methane targets would be consistent with the principle of no additional warming. They were specifically asked not to comment on whether it was an appropriate principle to apply in terms of policy or science. They were asked not to comment on whether it would mean more ambition was required from other people in the terms of reference. What they were asked to do was to come up with what a revised methane target might look like according to that principle. So that, as I understand it, is the context to their formation.
I have no further questions. Was there anything arising from that for the panel, Your Honour?
No, there wasn't, but thank you for that clarification. Dr. Every Palmer, can I just thank you very much for attending and giving your evidence today, which was extremely interesting and also enlightening for the panel. And we value the evidence that you have given and your expertise in this matter. So thank you again, and you can now relax and go away and attend to your ordinary life.
Thank you very much, and if I could just thank the tribunal, it's honestly a privilege to be able to give evidence in this very important inquiry, and I wish you the best of luck with your mahi, and thank you again. I appreciate the thoughtful questions and the opportunity to greatly exceed my allotted speaking time.
Thank you.
Your Honour, I did say that I was probably jinxing us yesterday when I spoke to the timetable for today, and I think that has been borne out. We have Ms. Wakotu to speak, and that's the final witness. We're in your hands as to whether we have a break now or call Ms. Wakotu and look to finish the day.
I've canvassed the panel in the break, and they're keen to continue and hear from Ms. Wakotu. If we could take her evidence as read, and if she would just like to speak to it, and then we'll have any questions.
Well, thank you, Your Honour. Tēnā koe, Ms. Wakotu. I see you've popped up on our screens, so welcome to the hearing, and thank you for your patience in waiting to give your evidence today. Just for the record, Ms. Wakotu's filed a brief of evidence at A52 and some speaking notes to that brief of evidence at A52A. So first of all, could I have you confirm that your full name is Aroha Wakotu?
Kia ora, yes, my name is Aroha Wikotu.
Right. And to the best of your knowledge, is the evidence that you've given through your briefs of evidence true and correct as of today's date?
Yes, it is.
Right. So what I'll do is you may have heard Her Honour say that your evidence can be taken as read, so you don't need to read through it point by point. But if there's anything important, like introducing yourself and perhaps mihi and then covering off the really important parts, I'll leave that to you to work through if you're okay with that approach. And then there may be some questions from the lawyers on the call or from the tribunal once you're finished.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Bryce. Kia ora tātou, ko aroha toku ingoa, ko aroha wikotu toku ingoa, no Waitangi aho. So I live here at the top of Waitangi Valley, sitting below our sacred maunga, Pukanui o Rahu, and above our awa, Waitangi. The evidence that I'm giving provides a viewpoint from two Pukerehe members that affiliate to Rongopapoia, Hapu and Marae. We reside here in the upper Waitangi Valley, and our whare tupuna Rongopapoia was built in 1942. As Pukerehe was seen as one hapu, we never received any marae grants to maintain the wharenui, so our wharenui became derelict. It also was because that era we're leaving rural areas for work in towns and cities. It is a deeply held dream by Rongopapoia hapu that our marae be rebuilt. We are the kaitiaki of the upper Waitangi Valley, also known to us and those around us as Te Kahikatea. Our Waitangi River flows down the valley and is a significant taonga for our whānau. The catchment starts at the headwaters of Paitutu Stream and continues down to the estuary at Waitangi Beach. This can be seen on the map on page 4.
And I've just brought that up for the panel and for parties so that they can see it, Ms. Wikotu.
Thank you. The upper reaches of the river are blanketed in native forests. You can see that change in the map there, and it contributes to the river's pristine condition. However, the transition to agricultural pastures marks a crucial juncture where the impact of development becomes evident. Climate change is altering the rainfall patterns, leading to increased droughts and occasional flooding. We see this as we've always had flooding in the valley, but it would usually take 1 week of rain or more to start giving us surface flooding and coming across the roads, eroding the riverbanks. But now we can see that same type of flooding coming in 1 to 2 days of rain. We are seeing erosion along the catchment. For example, there is a large tōtara stand not far from where I'm staying. It's about a K down the road. It's also has a old pā site there. This is called the Tū Kainoki Reserve, and the river has been gradually eating away and eroding, and the large tōtara stand is slowly going into the river. It is very close to the old pā site, to the ancient pā site that is there as well. This ancient pā site still has defence trenches there that are visible. Also down on our lands where we still reside, we are losing, each year losing more and more land to the flooding. Further on the journey, descending down to the moana, there are abundant traditional kai gathering grounds. It is expected that with climate change, the dangers to animal and human health will only increase. Erosion largely contributed to the loss of native forest, contributes to sedimentation in the river, while dairy farming is the primary source of nutrient loads. Elevated levels of E. coli, particularly in the estuary, pose significant challenges to water quality and ecosystem health. Changes in water flow and temperature affect the freshwater species such as tuna, inanga, kōkapu, and many more which were traditionally harvested. Increased sedimentation and pollution, worsened by extreme weather events, threaten the Māori of the river as a whole. The whānau of Te Kahikatea and Rongopopoia Marae hold a deep connection to the whenua and the awa, embodying cultural practices, mā tauranga Māori and kaitiakitanga. Climate change presents increasing challenges to these relationships, particularly in the areas of freshwater management, food sovereignty, and environmental resilience. Things we are... Sorry.
Mr. Koto, I wonder if we might take the list of expected issues as read and perhaps move to paragraph 13 and discuss the Waitangi Kiwi project that Rongopopoia Hapu are fronting. And I can bring up some of the pictures that you've filed as you speak to that.
Yeah, yes, definitely. I did just want to touch on, sorry, Bryce, that that things that we used to collect for kai, we can no longer do at those places now. So when I was younger, I would collect pupu with my grandparents, and we haven't done that since that was like in the 1980s. We no longer can collect pipi from Te Ahiaua because of pollution and over harvesting as well. We also, I'm a rongoa Māori practitioner, and I have, there's some rongoa that have been affected by the erosion. So some of them they like to grow along the riverbanks, and so that erosion takes out some of their places where they grow. And there's also pests such as deer and possums that like to chew on some of the rongoa. Tātaromoa is one that I can no longer harvest here in the valley, and it's actually a much needed rongoa in these times. Karamu, I've also noticed, is also being eaten by, looks like possums that are just eating away at it, although there is still enough of that for me to harvest. Still got a couple more to go. So we had some traditional kai that we used to be able to harvest. We're quite abundant in the kia plant up here, and it grows a fruit and a flower called the tāwhara. And when I was younger, my uncles and father used to take us out, and we would be able to harvest this white fleshy flower, which was traditional to our family, and we used to ferment it in a bottle and then drink it as a drink. Nowadays, we can't get to the flower because it's gone, so the rats are getting to it before we are actually able to harvest it. This is sad because my eldest daughter, who is now 21, she got to see this process when she was younger, and my youngest daughter, who is now 9, we actually can't find the tāwhara to actually show her what it looks like and the process of fermenting that as a traditional kai. Also, some of our pūrākau, we have some wāhi tapu and pūrākau connecting us to some kohatu that used to be in the river, and they're still there, but we can no longer see them. So when we were younger, we were shown these kohatu and told the pūrākau, which connects us into our whakapapa and who we are, those kohatu are no longer visible. So it's sad that now we go to tell those stories, we can't actually show our children and grandchildren where these, show them the actual tonga that used to be there sitting in the river. Due to flooding and gravel movement, they have been buried within the awa. Okay, so moving forward to the Waitangi Kiwi project. This one is of particular importance that I want to highlight. As kaitiaki, we were working to reduce pests in the area. So there's we did a extensive trapping throughout one of the reserves, removing stoats, ferrets, possums, hedgehogs and rats. We would like to see kiwi flourishing here again. We are concerned that this project will be undermined by climate change, in particular erosion, fires and changing tree cover. The climate change...
Ms. I've just brought up two of the pictures on the screen from your brief of evidence. Figure 5 is your late father, Aku Rangatira Richard Wikotu, and the tribunal may recognise Mr. Ransfield, who gave evidence on Monday in the bottom picture there. But I did want to bring them up and make sure that they're acknowledged in the process. So if you'd like to speak to those pictures or continue, but just so that you know, I have brought them up for the tribunal to see.
Oh, kia ora, Bryce, thank you for that. Yes, when I first moved back home, my father and some of the other kaumātua, Trevor Ransfield, they were working on setting up a Kiwi project for us here up in the valley. On moving home, I then jumped on board with them to help grow this project. It's really tough when you've got, it seemed like we were fighting an uphill battle. It's really cool seeing Dad holding that tiny kiwi there. He's really big. He's got huge hands. You can hardly see the kiwi. But yeah, just like to acknowledge the mahi that him and those of his generation did from Upukarehe to set up projects like this so that it can help educate, the younger generations and get us more involved and hopefully make a difference for our future generations.
And just on getting involved, I zoom into this one, there's a picture of the Upukarehe Kiwi Project Pest Control Day at the Katiaki there. So wanting to make sure that they're acknowledged in the presentation of evidence today too.
Yeah, thank you. We would just call in volunteers on the day, and then everyone would get their trap lines that they'd do and head off for the day, and then we'd have a big barbecue afterwards once everyone come back, and it was really awesome whanaungatanga. We'd have, quite a few people come in of our whānau, and yeah, see the maunga behind them there, that's Pukunui o Raho, so this is taken outside my place here. So it was all done voluntary. We did get bits of funding to help with purchasing traps and tools and stuff, but the project itself was all run voluntary. It is run voluntary. Thank you, Bryce.
So I think, unless there's anything else that you'd like to comment on in that section, we're onto the final section, which is the building resilience, or the recommendations that you'd be asking for, and whether you'd like to cover those off for the tribunal before we ask if anyone has questions for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just finish that off. Climate change is a global issue, but for us as kaitiaki, there are specific actions that we can be taking now that will benefit our people and our rohi in the future. We want to be able to collaborate with regional councils to enhance the freshwater quality and implement iwi-led water monitoring. We want to restore our wetlands and riparian areas to protect the Waitangi River from erosion and pollution. We want to promote regenerative farming, agroforestry, and native reforestation to maintain healthy soils and biodiversity. Support hapu-led conservation initiatives focused on restoring native ecosystems, revitalise kōrero tuku iho, support intergenerational knowledge transfer on traditional food gathering and kaitiakitanga. We want to protect areas of special significance, our wāhi tapu, and engage with local and national climate policies to ensure Māori-led solutions are prioritised. Build partnerships with environmental organisations, research institutions, and other iwi hapu facing similar circumstances. Undertake our own regenerative farming and sustainable land management practices. May help build resilience in response to these changes. The factors that will allow all of the above to happen are a Crown that is willing to listen and to be able to invest in making this happen. Thank you.
Hilda, and did you have anything else to add before we ask if anyone has questions of you?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so Your Honour, I'm not aware that any claimant counsel was asked for cross-examination time, but the Crown may have some questions.
As I understand it, the Crown have indicated that they did not wish to question Ms. Wikotu. So I think...
Tēnā koe, that is correct. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. So it's just questions from the tribunal, I think, Mr. Lyle. So I'll just check. Professor Williams has a question.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Wikotu. Thank you for your ground level, bottom up view of the world from your valley. On my lapel here, I've got a tieki. I'm not sure whether you'll be able to see it, but anyway, I love the birds of this land. And on page 11 of your brief, at paragraph 28, there's some photographs there, including a beautiful, there's the field I want to look at, the field in the middle there. So there's a pair of field blue ducks. Now, I just happen to love those particular ducks, and I've seen them in different parts of the country. And what I know is that they need to have very clean and fast-flowing water. So my question is, if you've got Fio in that river, I assume it must be, can you confirm, must be in the upper reaches where the water is still clean and perhaps goes over a few stones and bubbles up and provides a food source for those ducks. Because a lot of your evidence is about the degradation of that river. So am I right that it's clean and pure as it's coming out of the mountains, and then it gets worse as it gets further down? Is that what the story is?
Yes, you're exactly right. So we've got fuel in the upper reaches, which is surrounded by native, and the water is pure and pristine. And there's been lots of sightings of them in the upper part, which is above where we live. But just must have been just over a year ago, I saw 3 fuel down at our swimming hole, which is probably about 2 k's down from my house. So that's the furthest that I've seen them, and I've told other people about them too, and I think it's the furthest down that I've seen them. So this is still within pristine native bush coming down either side of the awa. It changes after that once it gets down to farmlands.
Right, good. No, thank you for that. That's just, I just wanted to be clear that your evidence is about the degradation, but it's also nice to know that there's still something left of the pristine. So So thank you for that, and thank you for your evidence and the local level support you've got from volunteers and so on is nice to know. So kia ora to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora anō, Ms. Wikotu. I've just got one question, and you've mentioned time periods over which you were able to see the kohatu in the river, and then, but your children are unable to see it because of the silting and so forth. Is that around where you're living or further down the river?
It's further down the river, so it's probably about another 10 k's down from where we are. Yeah.
Right, and you look very young to me, so I'm just wondering about the time period between you being able to see them and your children not being able to see them. So how many years?
So myself personally, I wasn't living here for a period of time, so I remember seeing them when I was younger, probably in about the 90s. I have got cousins who have seen them coming up to the late 90s, early 2000s. My eldest daughter was born in 2002, and my youngest daughter was born in 2015. Yeah, so family can no longer see them anymore, but they're very significant to who we are.
So you're able to isolate the time period really to the 2000s, when I think everyone started noticing the changes in our climate and that there was more rainfall and in shorter periods of time, that which damages the land.
Yes, it's quite significant. It's well talked about within our whānau that the kohatu were always there. They've been integral to our pūrākau, our whakapapa, and who we are. Always talked about, always told, and then once they disappeared, again, that's something that's always been talked about. We can no longer see them. We can no longer view them. There is kōrero from my great-grandmother who is passed now that one day they will return. And so we hold on to that fact that one day they will return.
Well, thank you, Ms. Wikotu, for your evidence. That was all my questions. I'll just check with Mr. Lyle whether he had any re-examination.
No, I don't, Your Honour. I would note that some of the members of this panel have had the benefit of a site visit into the Rongopapoia area and may recall kōrero on those kohatu at that time.
Well, they're very lucky people to have had that opportunity. It just leaves it for me to thank you very much, Ms. Wikotu, for appearing before us today and giving us your evidence and providing us with some beautiful photographs of the work of your whānau and of the area in which you live. So thank you very much for that.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the opportunity to represent my whānau, my marae, hapu and iwi, and hopefully make a change for our future generations. Ngā mihi nui.
Ngā mihi. That is the the last witness for this particular sitting or hearing of the climate change inquiry. Can I just thank all counsel for their contributions to our hearing week. It's been an interesting week with a lot of good evidence presented, and I hope that the next hearing week will be equally as interesting. I'm sure it will be. So thank you again to all counsel and to all witnesses who appeared this week. I'll now hand it over to our kaumātua to close for us.
Kei nei tātou, e te atua kaharawa, e te atua atawhai, e tuku tununa mātou te reo whakawhetai whakamoimiti ki a koe e pā. Mga tini manaakitanga i uia mai e koe kuringa mātou i roto i tēnei hononga ki te purangi. Mai te timatatanga i te mana i kua tahatu nei taino ki tēnei haora akamutunga. Ko tēnei tunu te whakawhetai, te whakamoimiti o tau ingoa tapu. Me te whakaokoe te kororia ki a koe pā. Me te ina atu ki a koe ai nei ki manaakiti ana koe tēnei o mātou. E wehe tunu ki o mātou kāinga, e wehe tunu ki o mātou mahi, e wehe tunu ki o mātou tūtanga. Waiho tunu koe te wairua tapu ki runga i tēnei o mātou, ki wene katoko hono mai i runga i te ipurangi, kia pike i te kāme te ora ki runga i a rātou katoa, a mātou katoa. O tēnei tunu te inoi ki a koe pāmau nei whakamana mai, i runga nei te ingoa tāutama, te kaiwhakora koe i kuraiti. Āmene.
Amen.
Kia ora tātou.